Hey, Fan Gang! Hope we're all having a fantastic weekend. I definitely am. I slept in, I built on my evil energy, and then I went to this gym and just worked out for 2 hours straight. It was great. Bear with me as I get set up. Okay, that's good. How's everyone doing? Hey, Gran. Hey, Ace. Yes, it is a right in time. Although we're gonna start with the philosophy stuff because I got some feedback from another friend who I want to go through. And I figure I may as well do that on stream. So I need to. Okay, we got it. Cool. Let's see. Let me. There's no real good place for chat on this screen, is there? I mean, you're either blocking the, I guess the top left corner is good enough, whatever. Okay, got my reading glasses. Let's see. Oh. Okay, there we go. We can have caveman music as we're going through philosophy, why not? Let's just... It's been a few weeks since I thought about this, so I want her just to read through it as we go through the feedback. So, objective. The purpose of this document is to present a functional philosophy that draws upon science and metaphysics to establish a rational agnostic framework. His feedback is that agnostic seems unnecessary. I never mention religion again. That's true. That is something that's a holdover from a previous version of the document. Fair enough. Next one. Abstract. Humans are anti-entropic machines whose collective delineation from the lesser animal kingdom is the at-present novel trait of transmitting collected, organized, and stored energy forward to future generations. Through this, humanity compounds upon generational energy, creating a product greater than the sum of its individuals, underlining human nature and the meaning of our lives, self-actualization. What? Yeah, there's a comment here on delineation. Not a strong argument. Why separate humans from other mammals? If so, why is transmitting knowledge the most important delineation? I'm inclined to take his word that it's not a strong argument because he's been through grad school and I'm a wee little baby with a bachelor's degree. He's a friend who I helped edit his thesis, feedback and stuff. The comment is specifically on the word delineation, so I'm presuming that's what he's saying isn't a strong argument out of this. And why separate humans from other animals? I feel like maybe this is circular logic, I'm not sure, but I feel like this is kind of addressed as the case is built. Whereas this is the introduction abstract, which is a streamlined summary, sort of where we're going. What do you guys think? Strange he feels he has a problem separating humans from animals. I think it's more that he doesn't see why bother making the delineation. However, it is one thing that separates human from our basic animals. Yeah. I'm gonna sleep on this one. I'm not gonna make any changes now. Right now, I'm thinking that this is something that's kind of addressed by the rest of the paper. Interesting note to get back, though. Page 2. Fundamentals. Let's see. His first comment is in machines. Presuming a layman's understanding of modern scientific theories rooted in completing American public school, the following concepts should be familiar. Still, they will be reviewed to attempt a common misunderstanding. Common understanding. 2.1 machines. A machine is the system that performs just random word I can't say. Performs work by applying energy to another system to achieve a change. His comment is, why bringing up the machine aspect doesn't seem to add to the overall argument or perspective. Machine slash organism slash function slash etc. Why pick this one? This is a definition I added for clarification after feedback from someone else who made the case that, what was it? I don't remember. It's been a few weeks or like a month at this point. Something about biological organisms aren't machines. So I added this definition here to clarify that I'm not talking about like literal handheld machines. This is the abstract definition of machines that just do something in a system. Doesn't your paper pretty much consider all sapient beings members of humanity? Alright, this is going to be a self-report, but I have to look up what sapient means. I knew the definition at one point, but I forgot. In my defense, I forgot. Having great wisdom and discernment. I feel like there's a scientific definition. That sounds kind of loose. Scientific definition, let's try that. Possessing or expressing great sagacity. These definitions suck. Gran, what's your definition of sapient? I feel like there's a scientific definition for sapient, but Google sucks. Wait, I should ask Grok. Grok's useful. Although, Grok 4 sucks. Grok 3 is the GOAT. Grok 4 just sucks. Grok. What is the scientific definition of sapient? Refers to organisms possessing advanced cognitive abilities. Becca Himmler. Self-awareness, abstract thinking, complex problem solving, cultural social complexity. Oh, so I accidentally made a new term for sapience when I made post-sentience. Did not occur to me before. This is why feedback is fun. So does on my paper pretty much consider all sapient. I abstract away from humanity a little when I get into post-sentience. Yeah, a dog is sentient, but it's not sapient like humans are. Because it doesn't think abstractly. Or whatever functional terms. But back to his comment of why bring up the definition for machines. That was for clarification going forward to a specific thing. So I disagree on why he thinks why bring it up. I think this is something he picked out early on and didn't think back to it when he was making his comments. We're gonna get to the post-sentient stuff and the sapient stuff. Because now that I've remembered that sapient is a term, I kind of don't need post-sentient. What's his next one? In gradients. It is self-evident in nature and proven by science that unless acted upon by a machine, high will inherently flow to low until system equilibrium is reached. Examples, yada yada yada. They're the classic examples of gradients. His comment is maybe tied to Newton. For example, sounds similar to Newton's first law. Why introduce completely new term structures when you can build on previous thought? It's been way too long since I've been in public school, so I don't know those laws off the top of my head. I was an IT major, not a physics major. I'll just ask Grok. Fuck it. Grok. What are Newton's laws? First law, which is inertia. Or is this the first law of thermodynamics? What is Newton's first law of thermodynamics? Because the first law of inertia doesn't sound right. The law of energy states that the change in internal energy of a closed system is equal to the heat added to the system minus the work done in the system. That's where energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred or converted. He's saying, why introduce completely new term structures when this isn't a completely new term or structure? This is public school level science for gradients where high flows to low. So I disagree with his assertion on that, or his comment on that. I might sleep on that and think about tying it into the Newton. But that's getting into complete rewrite territory on the structure. Let's see. Next comment is in the entropy paragraphs. Let's see. Entropy is the underlying cause of gradients and appears to be an inherent quality of our universe. Specifically, here it may be defined as the inevitable dispersal of information into a uniform flat topography. That information may include energy and matter. Because of the entropic nature of the universe, there is a constant loss of information in all... No, there's no comment there. Requiring active effort to counteract entropy. Entropy is a constant at both macro and micro scales, including everything in between. However, as an inherent quality of the universe, it is inevitable that all systems decay and all information be lost. This is demonstrated by the theorized heat death of the universe, which the universe is observed to be accelerating towards as space-time inflates and distant stellar objects' redshift growing farther away. In a timescale far beyond humanity, the observable universe will have all matter and energy uniformly distributed into a state of equilibrium. His comment is on the word demonstrated. Can I demonstrate with a theory? I have demonstrated with a theory. Maybe I'm missing his point there. I feel like I demonstrated with a theory immediately. Maybe he had something different in mind. I'll have to ask him. All knowledge, no intent. Do you mean my friend who gave me this feedback? No, he's not all knowledge, no intent, if that's what you mean. He's my BFF, the ultimate bestie. I've known him almost literally all my life. He has a very different approach to things than most people because of his line of work and his pipeline of education and training for his job. Which is one reason I value his feedback. Know what post-sentient could mean. Oh. Maybe. We'll circle back to post-sentient stuff later. Sorry, but we've decided he's cringe. I need a new BFF. I'm not gonna lie, he's a normie. He's a normie. That ship sailed. I'm aware of it. No comments for page or two. So let's read through this. Yeah, I know you're joking. It's all good. Life. Known life is organic, meaning that it's primarily carbon-based and possesses biological functions. This includes, but is not limited to, animals, parentheses, humans. Fun fact, punctuation goes inside the parentheses, and anyone who says otherwise is an idiot. Plants and single-cell bacteria, and I will die on that hill, and single-cell bacteria as examples. Sentient life possesses the capacity for conscious thought. Observations, page 3. Wait. Oh, no. The one he gave back has a random extra page. Let's see. Page 3. Observations. Life is anti-entropic. If the universe is entropic, then life is inherently anti-entropic. Although entropy is inevitable, anti-entropy systems apply energy to facilitate the creation, maintenance, and reproduction of orderly systems. The systems of these life processes is a temporary and relative reduction in entropy. His comment on this is why this statement is not self-evident. highlighting the first sentence here. If the universe is entropic, then life is inherently anti-entropic. Why the statement is not self-evident. That's fair. That's a presumption on my part, because this is something where I've been thinking about this topic for a while, so it's self-evident to me. But that's a fair point to make. That's not self-evident to someone else who's coming into this cold. Entropy. So the real question on why this is not self-evident is why life is inherently anti-entropic, because I've established the universe is entropic from the definitions. So I need to add something here for add why life is anti-entropic if universe is entropic. I'm going to put that in red. Not the whole stuff. Yeah. Would your philosophy consider uplifting a net positive? What do you mean by uplifting? Because, because one of my assertions is that a third purpose of life, the points of life, is to better others. Is that what you mean by uplifting? We'll get to rereading this stuff as we get to it. Post-sentience. Amongst? Whatever. Among sentient life, humanity is post-sentient. This is intended as what differentiates us from the rest of sentient life found on Earth. To be post-sentient is to have the capacity to transmit information forward beyond your life, specifically critical thinking and abstractions, resulting in compounding advantages for the wider species. Other life exhibits forward transmission of information through DNA and learned behaviors, but the human capacity for retaining knowledge and skills across generations appears to be novel on Earth. He has a few comments on this one. The first one is intended. Intended question mark. Isn't this an agnostic essay? By what or who? I deleted the word agnostic because in the first pre-first draft version of this, when I was still originally typing it out, I had some stuff in there that tied in why you don't need a faith system for morality, but I yeeted that because I decided it was off topic, which is why I forgot to delete the word agnostic that was around here somewhere. But I feel like his comment on isn't this an agnostic essay? It being agnostic or not agnostic is not really the point of this question. Intended by what or who? Where was I? This definition, observation. This observation? I mean, it's kind of a redundant thing to say, but this observation is... Granton says, granting other beings the ability to interact with humans in a more meaningful way either... Oh, you mean uplifting other species? Or AI. Making AI sentient or post-sentient. I'm assuming that's where you're going with uplifting being a net positive. Yes, with an asterisk. The asterisk being... I think humanity is anti-entropic overall. I don't know if all life is anti-entropic overall. Although, which brings to mind... Maybe that's too much of a generalization. Now that I say that. Maybe I should say then humanity is inherently anti-entropic. Although... No, I'm comfortable with what I said. I'm fine with generalizing it as life rather than humanity. I think that'd be getting off topic for something that's not really relevant. That's like an entirely different thought exercise. His next comment is on the third sentence. How is this different from sentience? What's the value in differentiating concerning this? Grammarly, why are you this? Oh. Get out of there. Then uplifting will be granting then uplifting would be granting humanity to inhuman beings. I get what you're meaning. That depends on your definition of humanity, but yes. This sentence is... How is this different from sentience? What's the value in differentiating? Post-sentience is different from sentience because it's defined in this paragraph? Well, I'm going to reread this. Maybe I'm missing something. Among a sentient life, humanity is post-sentient. This observation is intended to be what differentiates us. To be post-sentient is to have the capacity to transmit information forward beyond your life, specifically critical thinking and abstractions, resulting in compounding advantages for the wider species. So I see what he's saying. So that's what post-sentience means, but I'm not saying what makes it different from regular sentience. Although I kind of do. Because the next sentence is other life exhibits forward transmission, but not in the way humans do. So that's how it's different. And what's the value in differentiating? What is the value in this definition? That's a good question. What's the point of differentiating with post-sentience, which also is may or may not be sapient? Can I spell correctly? Thank you. Sapience question mark in red. Because I accidentally made a new term to define something that exists. Memes, the genetics of the soul. No, we don't need to go back to Hideo Kojima. What's the value in differentiating? The value, I think, would be because we can think abstractly, which lets us identify and be consciously aware of entropy and how we can either increase or reduce it, and identify high entropy and low entropy systems. So I think that's where the value in differentiating us is. Because regular sentient life that's not sapient, or sapient / post-sentience, may have instincts that are inherently anti-entropic, but they won't be consciously aware that they're reducing entropy. And you can't really even teach them because they lack the capacity for those kind of concepts. They're not thinking at that level. So that's a valid thing to bring up on this. The value. What did I just say so I can write it down? Value is post-sentience has the capacity to be consciously aware of abstract concepts such as entropy and apply critical thinking to differentiate between high entropy and low entropy decisions. And let me put that in red for a sentence to be massaged and rewritten into something a little better, a little less shitty. So that was a good feedback on that. What's the point in differentiating? His other one is on this sentence. Other life exhibits forward transmission of information through DNA and learned behavior, but the human capacity for retaining knowledge and skills across generations appears to be novel on Earth. His feedback is, that is cool. While the significance for human culture and society is massive, why bring it up? Is defeating entropy a worthy goal? Why bring it up? Is defeating entropy a worthy goal? I feel like that question is answered in the next page in the points of life on why reducing entropy is worthy. I think. I'm gonna have to sleep on that feedback. Next one is on the next page, but let's go and read through Sentient Instincts. And Granton says, basically, it's a hive mind rather than intent, simply reacting to gathered information as stimulus perpetuate its social survival. Oh, for the idea called a post-sentient sapient society. You could argue the case that humanity is at a very high level a hive mind. Kind of. I've heard that argument. I don't agree with it. Because, as I make a point somewhere in this essay, there's no accounting for individual agency. You can make the argument, I disagree with it. But it's an interesting thought exercise either way. And you remember it was post-conscious, basically everyone is just an NPC running on programming. That reminds me, this is getting kind of off topic. I have read some theories on that, which abstracts human consciousness to that we're a virtual machine in a, this is a metaphor, not being literal, in a multiplayer game. And with that, everyone else is kind of more or less an NPC. I don't like that theory because it's a little too egocentric, human-centric for my taste. Something about it doesn't sit right with me, but I don't have the words for it quite. But let's let us read through this. Sentient Instincts. And we're gonna get to the actual Sword and Sorcery stuff after this. I also want to get through this feedback I got for this philosophy stuff first. Our species can be loosely generalized by a scheme of needs progressing from basic survival, personal needs to community needs as individuals mature, self-actualize, and age, overtaken by entropy. All life exhibits basic survival needs, applying gathered energy to the local system in order to extract functional value. Post-sentient life, which may or not be just sapient, now that I know that's a term, with its capacity for orderly systems at a scale orders of magnitude greater than base sentience, progresses through multiple extended juvenile phases it develops, slowly maturing in the process. As life is anti-entropic, it is a prerogative, prerogative or prerogative? I always said prerogative. I missed this when I was writing it, that I got spell checked into prerogative. I didn't think about it at the time. I guess prerogative is the right word, whatever. Of the current generation of post-sentient life to act as a stepping stone for future generations, each building upon the last. In the process, entropy is reduced in the timescale of post-sentient life. Information is recursively compounded as it is transmitted forward, and value is extracted for the benefit of individuals and their groups. The resulting product is the average betterment for the group, if not the individuals. However, the individual is unlikely to participate if they are not benefited or otherwise coerced. Next page. Assertions. He has stuff here. Humans as machines. Given the fundamentals and observations discussed, humans are anti-entropic machines. Does this answer one of his things before? Yeah, whatever. As machines, we are created to reduce entropy in our local system in accordance with a progressing scheme of needs from which we are instinctively rewarded. He, on the word human, comments, how is it helpful or illustrative to think of people as machines? Does it simplify a moral or philosophical argument? How is it helpful or illustrative to think of people as machine? Does it simplify a moral or philosophical argument? I think the reason I made this assertion that humans are machines to establish an abstraction going forward to try and frame what I'm saying here. Let me back up. The reason I made this assertion of humans as machines, I think, was to try and add a framework to thinking of life not as something soft, fluffy, woo-woo, but as something more objective or empirical that could be interacted with. Sort of. Maybe that doesn't make sense. I'm gonna have to think on that. Does it simplify a moral or philosophical argument? I'm gonna have to think on that one. Maybe calling humans actors would be less cumbersome than machine. I feel like calling them actors would invite more questions than it would answer. Let's see. Next one is encounter entropy. The point of life. The big answers. Counter entropy. All forms of life, compelled by the need for their continued survival, produce a temporary reduction of entropy. This, then, must be the primary purpose of life and why we are here, for it's literally what we are engineered to do as biological post-sentient machines. His comment on this entire paragraph is, as the physical collection of matter, sure, otherwise irrelevant, how also does this make it the purpose of life? Engineer to do implies an engineer. Purpose of life also implies a higher power. Working backwards on his comment, I don't see how purpose of life implies a higher power. I know he's Christian, so maybe this is a bias of his. I'm gonna have to ask him on that. How also does this make it the purpose of life? No, an engineer to do implies an engineer. Engineer would be... the environmental pressures of evolution, I think. Until we get to the point where we're consciously doing gene manipulation, which is closer than a lot of us like to think. I'm not sure if him being Christian is why he gets hung up on being called a machine. It might be. I'm gonna have to ask him on that. I'm gonna have to think on engineer to do implies an engineer. How also does this make it the purpose of life? Because all forms of life compelled by the need for their continued survival produce a temporary reduction in entropy. That answers that question, doesn't it? Is he deterministic or free will? I actually don't know. Despite knowing him, despite us knowing each other for almost as long as both of us has been alive, I don't actually know. Let's see. As a physical collection of matter, sure, otherwise irrelevant. I'm gonna have to sleep on this entire the questions he's asking on this paragraph and just ask him about it. Because I think this is an invitation for a conversation with him, because I don't really understand from what perspective he's coming from on this. Because I feel like part of it's answered inside the paragraph, other parts are answered before it, and other parts might be his bias. But I also don't know if it's just my bias that I'm not seeing it. It's not that it's a hard subject, it's just something that's never really come up. Because up until recently, I had been atheist, until I realized that atheism is just its own religion. And he's never been really strongly Christian, I just know he is Christian. Next paragraph doesn't have feedback, but better oneself. Interpreting the above further, self-improvement is a secondary purpose, as the outcome of that work is the reduction in energy required to counter entropy, thereby improving human efficiency, almost said efficacy, as an anti-entropic machine. He has a feedback on better others. Furthermore, a third purpose, seemingly novel to post-sentient life, is to conduct, maintain, and protect the forward transmission of information to future generations. In this way, the efficiency of the species as a collective anti-entropic machine is improved. And he has a comment on that sentence. I think this is a novel idea and pretty cool. Thumbs up! Yay! We got a thumbs up! I feel like a lot of this is ideas that I didn't really create myself. They're just stuff I've heard from a lot of different places, but never together. So part of this is me just almost making a compilation of piecing together a bunch of different parts to answer the meaning of life in a way that I haven't seen other people do quite. Close to some other stuff I've read, but not as this cohesive whole that I've made. Conclusions. Nothing matters, smiley face. Given that it is a theorized predisposition of the universe to inevitably terminate, and to do so on a timescale that renders our existence negligible, nothing in life matters. This is not a negative statement echoing the popular misunderstanding of nihilism, rather it is a liberation. We are unburdened of the world. We are free to live our best lives. When nothing matters, we only have ourselves to answer to and are left to actualize the theoretical limits of our potential. Humanity has the, so far, unique ability to go even farther, expanding our potential by helping those around us to realize their potential and becoming communities of force multipliers. His comment on this is not disagreeing, but don't see how this is connected to previous arguments. I feel like a lot of his questions are coming from me not clearly establishing what I'm trying to answer here. So I feel like something in the introduction needs clarification on what. Needs clarification on what I am trying to answer or explain and why. I feel like a clarification in the introduction would go a long way towards handling a lot of this feedback. Let's see, next paragraph has something. Maximize effort. Deducing from the assertion that humans are anti-entropic machines. anti-entropy? Whatever. Anti-entropy machines, wasted effort increases entropy. Effort can be wasted by stagnation, where value is extracted without anything productive being done with the result of work. This is almost always done unintentionally, however, and this isn't his comment, it just occurred to me that not really almost always done unintentionally, because I think warfare or conflict as an abstraction is a high entropy event, because it's either wasting efforts of your enemies or reducing the efficiency of their anti-entropy systems to distribute their, for lack of a better word at the moment, progress into equilibrium with the environment. As an example, if you like shoot a missile at a tank, it'll explode the tank. All the work that went into making that tank and running it is now gone and wasted. So I would call that a high entropy system. So I'm gonna highlight that in red. Oop, not however. Eh. I hate Microsoft Word so much. Where was I? Down here? Yeah, here it was. This is almost always done unintentionally. Not really. Because conflict war is high entropy and intentional. Let's just make all that red. Oh, that's bold. So I'm gonna have to sleep on that. You get rid too. But some of our largest leaps in technological progress are linked directly to war as a stressor for the needed innovation. That's true. I feel like this is a rabbit hole which would take this essay entirely off topic, but it is a point that needs to be addressed somehow. I don't know off the top of my head if conflict would be overall a high or low entropy event, or if it would just depend on the circumstances. That's something I'm gonna have to think about. Moving on. However, an easy entropy trap to fall into is worrying about what they cannot change. If the point of life is to counter entropy, then it makes sense to be conscious of opportunities to capitalize upon. This is not to echo the popular misunderstanding of Stoicism. Yeah, I need a sip. A sip of tea. Rather, it is a call to live in accordance with your nature and deny entropy where you can, rather than where you cannot. Fuck you, Grammarly. That is, it wants to correct the punctuation towards the period on the outside of the parentheses. That is incorrect. The period goes on the inside of the parentheses. You're wrong, Grammarly. Or it just shows the strange nature of human interactions on a grand scale. Yeah, and that also gets into how some scientists or philosophers think that humans overall increase entropy rather than reduce it. So that's a thorny rabbit hole to get into, and I'm gonna have to sleep on that. His comment on this paragraph is on effort can be wasted by stagnation. This sentence. Effort can be wasted by stagnation where value is extracted without anything productive being done with the result of work. You previously used a physics-based structure for entropy, so what is wasted effort? What is stagnation? This is where I think the physics-based philosophical model most clearly breaks down. I don't think you clearly argue the point of life is to counter entropy, or that there must be a point in life. If it is to counter entropy, there could be many ways to do that which counters your argument. I had to fill in some words there. Uh, you previously used a physics-based structure. So what is wasted effort? What is stagnation? That would be high entropy. Or an increase in entropy. I don't disagree that this is where physics-based philosophical model breaks down. I don't have any changes to make offhand with this feedback. This is another I'm just going to have to sleep on and maybe talk to him about it to explore further. Because this is getting into where I'm not a philosophy major and I have a general disrespect for academia. So that's a blind spot for me, or a bias for me, where I approach this from a physics framework to inform my philosophy. Partially because I don't really know philosophy that well. Secondly, because I'm not living down the iconoclast allegations. Reminds me of a Friedrich Nietzsche paragraph, which is paraphrase that, I just lost my ability to talk. Paraphrase, which is that science can explain how, but it can never explain why. My gut instinct is that it can explain why. It can explain why by observing that if the universe is entropic, then life is inherently anti-entropic, which then informs why. Because that's why we're here. But that could also just be another bias or blind spot on my part. Let me... Where was that? Where was that? I should put this in red so I know to think about it and address it. The why it explains is cause and effect of why did that happen. The why it explains is cause and effect of why did that happen. Are you implying that there's a different kind of why that I'm missing here in philosophy? Yeah, let me just... I don't want to make this entire paragraph red because I won't know what to address. I'm just going to have to remember to look back at his comment here later. Moving on, because I don't have any direct changes to make based on that. To error is to human. Oh, why is it doing that at all? Oh, music stopped. Why is it doing that at all? Because of survival instincts, which drive our anti-entropic nature or inform our anti-entropic nature, I would think. Which is one reason I went into defining instincts and stuff for why we're doing it at all. Because it's a survival mechanism in an entropic world. So if we didn't have those survival instincts to reduce entropy, then we would become in equilibrium with our surroundings, which would be death. I think. Let's see. To err is human. You'll make mistakes. It is inevitable as entropy. Even the best of us possess vices which we adhere to, despite knowing better. As part of the universe, life inherits entropic decay while simultaneously fighting against it for self-preservation. The best means to mitigate these inefficiencies of our organic machines is to be honest with ourselves about them, so that we recognize them and are more able to move past them. There'll be more mistakes, but they do not matter. Your goals derived from the point of life lie far beyond and cast a long shadow over them. I know you'll make it because we're all going to make it. Smiley face. Opinion, he didn't have any feedback on that. His opinion here is... let me read through this. 6-page opinion. Fiction has to make sense, but real life does not. This saying is echoed by science with the axiom the model is not reality. Philosophy needs to learn this. Human perception is inherently flawed, as we are physically incapable of comprehending what reality is. Rather, all we perceive is a metaphorical data stream of whatever reality truly is, being interpreted by our senses, rationalized by our mind, and acted upon by the interface of our physical body and the world around us. Given that it is impossible to know what is objectively real, a fixation on being objectively correct will only frustrate yourself and others. You may only be relatively correct. You cannot act on philosophy. If you cannot act on philosophy, then it is non-functional. If it does not improve yourself and others, it is impractical. If it harms life, it is dangerous. Adhere to what benefits you and yours. Never be afraid to deviate in the pursuit of innovation and to discard the non-functional, the non-functional, the impractical and the harmful. It will hurt to, but just losing my ability to talk today for some reason. It will hurt, but to achieve this, you must humble yourself and cast down the ego so that you are ready and willing to admit fault and learn from mistakes. You can learn from others, but you never appreciate lessons until it is your skin. There is no accounting for personal agency. Only you can say yes or no to the universe, and his feedback is he appreciates the focus on actional philosophy. Thumbs up. And then he has a couple of ending thoughts. Survival instinct evolved by creatures not meant to try and understand the nature of the universe, which can then proceed to drive us insane. It's... It's been too long since I heard it, but I heard a case at one point that why am I hearing... Hold on. I thought I was just hearing the waiting music, but okay, I was just hallucinating that. Never mind. I heard an argument at some point that... It's been too long since I heard it. Oh my god. That's why. Because Kick is a son of a bitch and sometimes unmutes itself in the background. Okay, that's why I was randomly hearing myself. Okay, got distracted there. The case I heard before was that, long story short, the Big Bang is ultimately a belief system because it's impossible to know, and then there was some hard logic to that, which implies that this is a chicken or the egg situation where it's impossible to establish what came first. Therefore, all philosophy will be inherently irrational. I don't know if I agree with that. That's something I've been sleeping on for a while, on the back burner. Which is why I said at some point here, it's impossible to know what is objectively real, and being fixated on that will only frustrate yourself and others. The reason I wanted to keep that opinion in, even though it may come across as a cop-out or insecurity in my philosophy, although I don't think it is, I wanted to keep that in there because I am consciously aware that I guess I do agree with that assertion that everything is ultimately a irrational argument based on faith, ultimately. So I guess this is my soft agreement with that argument that I heard at some point. I need to go back and listen to that. The problem is it's buried within like a 16-hour audiobook, and I don't remember what chapter it was. It was like one paragraph in a giant tome, and I was like, oh, I don't know where it is. I'm gonna have to go back and think about that. But yes, nothing matters, smiley face. But his parting comments. I vote we make up Azathoth. His parting comments. I think it's unnecessary to draw philosophical or ethical conclusions from a generalized perspective on physics. I think it's unnecessary to draw philosophical or ethical conclusions from a generalized perspective on physics. Counter argument. I think it's unnecessary to draw philosophical or ethical conclusions from religion. Conclusions. That's kind of a knee-jerk reaction, but that's because I know this is my BFF, so I just have an instinct to mess with them. Conclusions seem rational, but not how they flow from earlier premises. The bias of hard science doesn't apply to ethical arguments in his opinion. I think that's a big parting point on our philosophies. Because I think you can apply hard science to explain ethical arguments. With the whole the purpose of life is to reduce entropy. The setup seems overly... I should just read through this and then comment on it. The setup seems overly structured to lend credibility to future arguments. I thought I was going to read through that, but I feel like that's... The setup seems overly structured to lend credibility to future arguments. I feel like that's the point of a argumentative essay. Am I wrong? Isn't that the point of all this? To build a case? Maybe you meant something different. The arguments don't necessarily connect to premises of entropy in the human-machine model despite still being rational. Valuable to appreciate how we resist entropy and preserve knowledge. Not always well, though. As an aside, cultures with oral histories are at complete odds with cultures with written archaeological histories. Does this have any implication? I don't know if they are at odds. I don't know if I agree with that statement of his. Does this have any implication on your philosophical model or understanding of humanity? I appreciate the overall message of positivity and belief in human spirit. Not entirely following how you got there, but we're headed there and going to make it there. Yay. Let's see. As an aside, cultures with oral histories are at complete odds with cultures with written archaeological histories. Does this have any implication on your philosophical model or understanding of humanity? I don't know if I agree that they're at complete odds. I think he's saying that on the presumption that they have... To some extent, I feel like that's a cultural bias take, where there's a assumption going in that they are less efficient at preserving their information and transmitting it forward. I feel like that's what he's getting at. I don't disagree that oral cultures that lack writing, just as an example, are less efficient at transmitting information forward and compounding upon itself. But does it have any implication on my philosophy model? Philosophical, I don't know why I can't say that sometimes. Or understanding of humanity? I don't think so. I think that's to some extent accounted for by there being there's no accounting for personal agency. And also it's natural to... There's a concept called the... what was it? The something of deviance. The normalization of deviance, which is the natural process where people will just randomly try something different to see if it works better. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And because that's how we're modeled, I think, or how we're wired, I think, we don't always arrive at the same conclusions or take the same paths to the same conclusions. And it is seen throughout global human history where entirely separate cultures will arrive at the same conclusion through different means or in at different times. An example of this, I think, is the, what do you call it? The a stirrup, the loopy thing that a guy on a horse will put his boots into to keep him steady. If I remember, it's been a couple of decades since I read this. But I think that's an example of a technology that was invented by entirely separate cultures at different times because it was just natural to like, oh yeah, people keep getting hit off their horses when they're trying to hit with spears and stuff. They should probably have some way to steady themselves. I think I got off topic. Offhand, I don't think that has any implication. I feel like it's kind of, I don't know. Maybe I can address that. I feel like that's starting to get off topic. But yeah. No, I want my personal philosophy to me that I'm a Riri, just built different on self-depreciation. We're all self-depreciative in some way or another. This is just how we are. Yeah. Yeah, I got some good feedback on that. The big one, my biggest thing is realizing I accidentally reinvented a term. So I'm gonna have to research sapience as a term and figure out if that's just needs to replace post-sentience. And I also think the second biggest thing is I need some other clarification in the introduction, which I feel like would have hit it off a lot of this, and then I just need to talk to my friend and figure out where he's coming from on a lot of this. No, I don't want to be the shallow soy jack. I don't want to be the Reddit poster. I don't even have a Reddit account. I just don't go to Reddit. It's useless to me. Reddit isn't real. It can't hurt me. Nothing useful is on Reddit. Okay, that is it for philosophy class. Now we're going to creative writing. Let me find... Let's see... Is it a.docx? Did I just name my story A? I did just name my story A. I should actually give this a title. Shit. I had to stare at it for a second and try and remember, like, what the fuck was the name of this document? I'll just name it Sword and Sorcery. Ice Age Sword and Sorcery. Ice Age Sword and Sorcery. Give it an actual name rather than A. Just literally the letter A .doc. It's like, great, thanks, past me. Now I need to change my... Where is it? I think it's Scene Acrobat Window Word. Here we go. Change it to Ice Age Sword and Sorcery. There we go. There we go. Yeah. The world of Hyperletha. Maybe. The story is named title, by the way. Let's see here. I've been sleeping on this. I haven't added to it yet, but I'm sleeping on it. One thing I realized I need to do is prologue. Chapter 1, Part 1. You go to heading 1, heading 2, because I want that delineation, because we're going to have a change in prose style. The prologue parts, they're high-level view, without specific names on people. High-level view. But now we're going to get more first-person-y. Maybe not first-person-y. Definitely not first-person-y. But we're going to get lower-level view following the Sun, who we don't have a name for yet. Sun 001. His variable name. I've had some thoughts on that, but I haven't made any decisions. Chapter 1. The Redlands. Yay. Maybe I should do Chapter 1 prologue, whatever. I'll figure it out later. Wait. Oh, whoops. That's hitting 2. That's hitting 3. There we go. I did have some thoughts that I need to work out in the... Oh, or Cat Lamau. that I need to work out here. I want to draw inspirations from... Inspirations... I should... Hold on. Just make this inspirations. How to phrase this? OG vampire lore, Shergoy. Yeah. Coming from that. Sorry, bear with me. I'm pulling all these thoughts off my back burner. Did I hear that over 30-ish% or more of modern readers can't read third-person omniscience perspective in fiction? They can't read third-person omniscience? That's such a weird statement that I am struggling to comprehend what it means or how they wouldn't be able to read that. Like, if you're literate, how are you not able to read third-person omniscience? Because isn't that the starting place for being literate? Because I feel like the starting place for reading a story at the most basic level is the meta level, where you're going into it knowing that it's a story, and therefore you know that all the information is going to be there. I think I'm framing or wording that wrong, but... How can 30% not be able to read third-person omniscience? Is that just like a stylistic issue between generations where younger readers are really used to first person or something? I'm just trying to comprehend how that's even a thing. Confuses and angers them, so they stop. And that's why a lot of new books don't write in it. To some degree, that's fair, because it's a free market, so you have to adapt and satisfy the demand. But more than that, I feel like that's a massive skill issue. That is a generational skill issue. If they can't handle third-person omniscience, then second-person stories just must terrify them. They must not even know how to approach second stories, or second-person stories. And... Romanian... aesthetics. I'll say aesthetics, so that's a little bit less committal. Second person past tense! One of the reasons I pay my yearly subscription to Grammarly is just to keep me straight on tenses, because when I'm writing on my own, I just constantly flow in and out of tenses without realizing it. It's a disaster. And sometimes I'll fuck up the person too. I've been writing second person primarily for so many years, and I kind of hate second person now. I kind of hate second person after dealing with it for so long. Because it's such a niche to write in, and trying to share that with people who aren't used to it, it's such a hurdle to overcome. I think there's some times where second person is fun and cool, but man, am I tired of second person. This is gonna be a third person story, by the way. It's gonna be third person. Third person. I don't know if it'll be omniscient, because I kind of don't even remember what that means. It'll be third person. It'll be third person reliable narrator. We're gonna be baby mode on this. Third person reliable narrator. Oh, omniscient is where you also get the thoughts of characters who aren't the point of view character, right? So you're like getting the thoughts of other people besides just the thoughts of the main character in the scene. Is that what omniscient means? That the reader knows everything that is true about the story. Is when the prose gives you the different point of views in the same body? Is that something besides omniscient? Am I thinking of something else? Oh, that is omniscient. Okay. I can understand why people don't like that, because I don't have a problem reading it, but it does cause some amount of confusion a lot of the times, because it's a very tricky style of writing to make it very clear whose thoughts you're switching between. That's something I actually learned in my second-person quest writing at some point, where you have to be very careful how you approach changing point of view characters. Because it's very, very easy to leave a reader behind, and they think that they're still with the last point of view when you switched like 2 pages ago. Yeah, I can understand why third-person omniscient isn't liked, but I feel like dropping a story because of that is a skill issue. You can get over it. I personally don't like it, but I don't have a problem with it. It's just not my writing style. Where was I going with this? I need a name for the sun so it's not Sun 001. Fuck. Hold on. If we're leaning on Romanian aesthetics, let me look up Dacian. Because that's like Proto-Romanians, back in the Roman era. The Dacian were a tribe in the region of what's now Romania. I think southern Romania, maybe. I forget the exact geography. Who got the shit beaten out of them and colonized by the Romans. And fun fact, the Dacians are a source of a lot of conspiracy theories in modern Romania. Logar. I don't want to go for a classic caveman name. Dacian names. I'll just search that and see what comes up. List of Dacian names. Just to get me a feeling on the vibes of the names, we have Avizinia, Bastiza, Bikilis. Bikilis, that's weird. Blagisa, Blesus, Blakisa, Brassa. Some of these sound kind of Greek. Burabista, Charnabon. That sounds like a Pokemon. Kamosicus, Cathelus, Gudilla, Cotiso, Dablosa, Dadas, Dade, Dadazi, Dizus, Damonize, Dapix, Dapyx. I don't know how to say that. Dacian King is what Dapix means. Son Big Baby. Danilo, Dardanos, Dardioli, People had goofy names back then. I guess English names would sound bizarre to them too. Fair enough. Dicenius. That's just straight up Greek. High Priest and King of the Dacians. Decaenius. Decaeneus. That's an interesting sound name. Decaenius. Get a Greco kind of name there. I'm not sure if I'll use that, but I'm gonna put that down. High Priest, High King. Is that spelled correctly? Where are you? There you are. Decibalus. Decibel. Another Decibalus with a different spelling. Denzibalus. Decenies. Disomes. Didas. Diegis. Dieri. Diarnes. Skipping these D's. Dodos. Dodo. Durus. King of the Dacians. Dacian King. Drogisa. That's an ugly name. Kaigiza. Komakiza. Komozoi. Kaigiza kind of sounds cool. Kigiza. Ostrakhan of Dacian cavalry recruited after Oman conquest and stationed in East Egypt. Kaigiza. That sounds cool. I'm gonna write that down. Kaigiza. This is the part of... Hold on. Whatever an Ostrakhan is. Ostrakhan Dacian cavalry. Whatever an Ostrakhan is. This is the part of my writing process where I just kind of get a vibe check on myself for what kind of aesthetics I'm gonna deal with, so I can draw names from it. Moskin. Mukapor. Mukatra. Mukatra? Yeah. All those kind of sound weird. Natoporus. Orales? Orla? Name of a Dacian prince. Orales. Orla. Dacian prince. Petapor, name of a Dacian prince. Petapor. Or Petoporus, Dacian prince. Piaporus, name of a king, sounds lame. Poridor, sounds lame. Rescuturme. Rescuturme? Ugh. Sounds like a procedure. Ramaxos. Getic? I don't know who the Getics are. Getic king who ruled to the north of the Danube. Ramaxos. I don't know, sounds kind of cool. Ramaxos. Medic king. Getic. Could look up their words for numbers. I did have that thought of finding a way to draw a name from the guy, the Sun 001, the guy, because he's the 14th guy, and finding a name from that. I did have that thought. I might go there. I don't know if the Dacian script is a thing, because they're ancient. They're like 2,000 years old ancient. They're sounding very Greek in their names, though. Although, I guess that makes sense, because Macedonia is, like, right there, next to Romania, isn't it? In the Balkans. Maybe not next to Romania. I don't know my East European geography that well. Romaxos, Rollies, Rolls, Regosas, Roluzis, Rubobostis, Rub-ob-ostes, Dacian King. God bless you, sir, with a name like that. Scorilo, name of a Dacian general. That sounds kind of cool. Scorilo. They sound squirrely. Dacian general. Tarbus. Means hard, strong, powerful. May or may not be a prince. Dacian prince. Tarbus sounds cool. I'd be okay being named Tarbus. Yeah, Romans were Greek LARPers, basically, with extra steps. That it's a little more complicated than that, but I also don't give a fuck. So I'm just gonna say it. Romans are Greek with extra steps. Extra hedonistic steps. Theodiceme. Thiomarcos. I like Thiomarcos because then I can have Mark as a nickname. Thiomarcos. He was another Ostracon. I have no idea what an Ostracon is. Is that like a rank? Dacian cavalry? Let's see. Viapper? Tiati? Tiati is a nice name. That's kind of pretty. Tiati. Just an inscription. I like Tiati. It's kind of a pretty name. A lot of these are male-coded, so I like having that one. Titus? That's Titus with extra steps. Titus. Ty with an I. Another Ostracon. I have to look it up. I'm gonna ask Grok. Grok, where are you? There you are. What is an Ostracon in Dacian cavalry? And you like Juno more than Greeks liked Hera. I mean, the Romans just made their own. They made their own names. They're lazy. I do like the. It's borderline conspiracy theory, but I do like the theory that Rome was founded by the survivors of Troy. It's a fun theory. I have no opinion on if it's real or not. I just like the theory. An ostracon, in the context of Dacian cavalry, refers to a fragment of pottery or stone. I don't think that's in the context of Dacian cavalry. They provide evidence of Dacian names and identities after Roman conquest. Oh, they're like name tags. So when it says Ostracon, that's like the source of what they are. Huh. Okay, that's cool. They're basically Roman name tags to Romanize them. Were there any other Ostracons? Now that I know what that means. Neat. And I will tell Grok, thank you. Always say thank you to the AI, just in case they remember. Cena, Zenas, Cinna. That's also kind of a pretty name. Cena. Zenas, Cinna. Yeah, the Romans never claimed such a heritage. It's just a theory. It's a fun theory. Siru. No one really important, just random names on these ones. V. Vazina, Vazinas, active, main advisor. Vazina, Vazinas. Advisor. Zalmoxis, a Dacian god. I've heard nothing about the Dacian gods. What do we... That is a naked red man with a very small penis. Okay. Okay. Zalmoxis is a divinity of the Getae and Dacians, people of the lower Danube, mentioned by Herodotus. Said to have been so called from the bear's skin, which was clothed as soon as he was born. He was a learned philosopher before whom two other learned men existed, by the names of Zuta and Decenius. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see the giant red man with a very small penis. Zalmudekikos, a Gitani king. I'll write Zalmoxis down. You know what? He's embarrassed enough, Dacian god, being a giant red man with a very small red penis. I'll give him. I'll write down his name in honor of his shame. Zalmodikikos. It's too complicated. It's way too complicated. Zebelisis, Gebelisis, Gebelixis, Nebelisius. Another name of the Dacian god Zalmoxis. Zebelisis. It's kind of fun to say, Zebelisis. Zebelieses. Alternate Zalmoxis. It's the cooler Zalmoxis. He gets to wear pants. Zaya. That's a pretty name. Zaya? I like that. Dacian name of a princess. Zaya is a pretty name. We should have kept that around. I'd date a Zaya. Zutula. Another Dacian cavalry. Zutula. Cavalry. Xyrexes. Powerful prince. Xyrexes. Powerful prince. Let me, names. Where are you? Heading to? Let me just give you your own page. Alright, I got Avizina. That's a good lady name. Avizina. Another cavalry. Any bees? Bastiza. What? We got a couple of bees. I think Bastiza is the coolest one. Bastiza. Who was Bastiza? Name frequently found at Mons Claudanius. I don't know. No strong name. Okay, we have some names here. The names are Greek. Greekish. Strong Greek influence. Lots of Z's and S's. And X's. ZSX. And TS. Any other commonalities here? Avicenna, Bastiza, Decianus, Durus. I feel like I've heard of Durus before. Kaigiza, Oroles, Orola, Petapor, Petaporus, Remaxos, Scorilo, Tarbus, Tiamarcos, Tiati, Tiatitus, Xena, Xenus, Cinna, Ciru, Vizina, Vizinus, Zalmoxis, Zebeliasis, Zia, Zutula, Zyraxes. I'm thinking. I feel like there was a commonality there, and I lost it halfway through. I lost it. But yeah, that's a strong Greek influence with lots of the... what do you call those consonants? Z, S, X, T, S? Is there a name for those? They're pretty frequent. And they're not afraid of very long names. Very complicated names. What about Dacian numbers? Are those a thing? Toponyms. They're number, but what's a toponym? Hydronyms. Oh, a toponym are Dacian names and how they relate to modern names in Romania. That's neat. Let's go through them. Acidava. I like that. Acidava. That's a city? Maybe? Amotria. Apula. Versobis. Napoca. Napoca almost sounds like South American. Hydronyms. How the Dacian names relate to modern words. Aludus, Alutus. Modern name is Alt. Has to do with water. I'll write that down. Aludus, Alutas. Water. Amutrion, Amutria. Dripping water. Piss. Argesos or Disos. Arges. Blusios? Chrysus. Oh. That's a good sea name. Chrysus. And I can nickname that as Chris. So we got a Chris and a Mark. I'm gonna bold that. No, wait, I'm gonna red that so it pops out. Chris, where's Mark? Diamarcos. Can be nicknamed Mark. Donaris. He Hierasus. Maybe. I don't know if I said that right. Tarantos. Oh, that sounds like Toronto. That'd be a horrible name. Grassus. Almost sounds cool. Soratos. That sounds kind of cool. Soratos. We don't have... Oh, we have a few S's. We have no S's. We have one S. Sir Atos. What do you mean? Doesn't mean anything. Just a modern name. Istros. Maris. Marisos. Where's the M's? Alright, this is going to be a self-report. Hold on. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, L, M, G, L, M, M. L. E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. Here we go. This is where the M's go. That was a massive self-report, but for the life of me, I have to go through the alphabet step by step to figure out where it goes. Marisos. Doesn't have any strong meaning. Neparis. Do I know Metal Gear Solid? Yes. Noparis. Patisus. Patithus. Tisia. Don't I already have that? Tisia? No, I don't. Put you in there. That's another nice sounding name. A lot of the T names sounds feminine, which is interesting. I don't know if that's true or not. If they are feminine or not. I did just play Metal Gear Rising Revengeance for 4th of July. I've played a couple of Metal Gear Solid games over the years. I've played 2, 3, and 5. And I messed around with the OG Metal Gear games. But I never finished those. Metal Gear is a fun enough series. When Titanfall 3? Never. Apex killed Titanfall 3. Rabon. Samus. Samus. You go here. I like the name Samus. Not because of Metroid, but because... Samus Somus. Because in the Horus Heresy books, there's a Chaos Demon named Samus. And he's kind of hilarious, although entirely unintentionally. Because his entire thing throughout the Horus Heresy is that he'll show up as a recurring villain. He'll say his lines and just depart, like Tuxedo Mask style. Sans is not on the list. Sargetia. I'm going through some Dacian names for inspiration. Sargetia, Tyrus, Tibissus. Nah, let me see if I can find a list of Dacian numbers. Dacian numbers. Because I'd like to get 1 through 14. But Dacian as a language is so far gone. As probably destroyed by the Romans. Like, the Wikipedia's reconstructed Dacian words, because they don't actually know them that much. Let's see. Let me just Control F number? No. That sucks. I can't do the numbers. I would like... Grant mentioned that I had that idea earlier, because it's a neat idea of referring to the chiefs by the numbers. But whatever. We have some names. Dacian names. What's a cool name here? So I don't have to refer to him by his temporary name, Sun 001. Dura sounds old. Crisis. That's a fun name. I'll just go with Crisis, whatever. Although, it's cool, but it doesn't sound very strong. Kaigiza sounds complicated. Scorilo sounds squirrely. Maybe I can do a compound name. It could be family first and then a number after their own name. Oh, so it'd be like I don't know if I'll use crisis, but crisis the 1st, the 2nd to the 14th or something like that, you mean? Maybe. Maybe. Decenius. That was High Priest, High King. Oh, you mean like Titus Octo for the 8th Titus? It's a little clunky. It's a little complicated for what are Ice Age barbarians. Oh, I like Sam too. Samus, because then you can nickname it Sam. I like these nicknames. I make them easy to approach as an English person. Maybe I need to draw inspiration from a second language that I can mix in. What's that Basque language called? I can never remember it, but it's really cool. And I used it before for inspiration on something else. Basque language. Iskanu? Is that the name of it? Where's some words? Where's the words? What the fuck? Oh my god, the Basque language is a nightmare. Just glossing over the Wikipedia page. Actually having to learn it would be a nightmare. Samus Deca Quattro is... I don't like those, the Octo or Deca Quattro. I don't like that. A little goofy. Where's the Wikipedia page for vocabulary? That's the people. I know there's a page that has vocabulary somewhere. See also. Am I just on the wrong Wikipedia page? No, that's the right Wikipedia page. Did they change it to make it worse? I wouldn't be surprised because Wikipedia is terrible. I bet the page I'm looking for is, what is the name of the Basque language? Escananu, whatever. What is... I'm gonna ask Rock. What is the name of the Basque language? Euskara. That's the name of it. Euskara, Wikipedia. It goes back to the same Wikipedia page. Go fuck yourself, Wikipedia. They absolutely did change this page to make it worse. Because I remember going to this page before and it had like a breakdown of different common words and how they change and stuff. It's gone. All the cool stuff is gone. Thanks, Wikipedia. I'm glad I never donated to you. Is there any... Is there a vocabulary page? Discard words. No, it's a trash AI page. Fuck it. Too much effort now. Title after, like, eh. Those are clunky. I don't like titles like that, because that sounds like nicknames you give yourself, even if they were a historic thing. Hold on. Just had a thought. The thought sucks. Names are hard. Because I know how to start the next part after the prologue. The problem is I actually need a name as I'm writing. Because if I keep having to use Sun 001, it's going to take me out of the scenes. Hold on. Let me just write down the names I know I like and want to use. Chrysus, Samus, Marcus. Don't know if the main character will be Chrysus, whatever. I don't think the sun will be any of these three. But I want to use, I think, these three as the main secondary characters, the boys, who will be nicknamed Chris, Sam, and Mark. And that'll make the other characters a lot more relatable while having weird names. To the reader, that is. But for the main character, I want to use something with a Z. Or something Greeky with a Z. Because there is a strong... There's a lot of Z's, S's, X's, and TS's in this. Something that sounds cool but isn't funny sounding. Which is a hard balance to find. Zalangak. Grundler. Those are two... caveman-y. Tarbus. That's a fun name. But it's not going to be our guy. Tarbus can be... 13th Chief MC's dad. He can be the 13th skull, Tarbus. Let me mark that as red. So I know it's used. If the dad was Tarbus, maybe that will inform the name. Let me bring back the Dacian language page. Dacian language page. Nope. Dacian language. Here we go. Let me scroll down. Oh, there's the Thracian language as well, which is related. It's like more southern of where the Dacians were, more Greek. Literally Greek. I might circle back to the Thracian language. Where is the words I was looking for? Where's the big-ass list of names I was pulling from? Oh, well, I did find the Basque page I was looking for. It was Basque surnames, not Basque language. Listed Dacian names. Here we go. Tarbis. Where's the T's? There's the T's. We had Tarbis, Thiadicium, Tiamarcos, Tiaper, Tiati, Tiatitis. Tarbitus? Xena, Zero. It says it comes from Bactrian Thorva. What the fuck is a Bactrian? Bactrian names? Is that a language? Is an ancient Iranian civilization. No idea. Oh, probably. Oh, it's from the Alexander the Greek areas. Era. But I did find the Basque page, so let me go down that. I forgot just how complicated Basque words get. Aragoria Gakoa. Basque in some ways comes across as like the Welsh version of Spanish. Aros Tegi. That's kind of cool. Aros Tegi. Put a Basque on there. So I know it's not Dacian. Bedate. I should just make these their own list. Dacian names. Basque names. And we can just go down the list here. Bidarte, Bolivar, Elcano, Elizondo. Ooh, I like Elizondo. Exandi. Exarte. Exiberi. Goicoetzia. Ibarra. Lardizable. Lecabari. Loyola. Marinellarina. Complicated but kind of pretty. Mendaluz. Mendoza, that's just a straight Spanish name. Zabala. Inigo. Inico. Inigo. Whoops. Other stuff. they have a lot of tack-ons, like the hyphen stuff. I need to bookmark these so I don't lose them. I think I have enough. I just have to figure it out. Weirdly, some of the Basque stuff sounds similar to the Dacian stuff, despite being opposite ends of the same continent and being, as far as I know, completely unrelated, beyond French and Spanish influences on the modern Basque language, which may come from the Greek area or Roman area. The boys. The boys. 14th chief. Let's see. Durus. Feel like we have too many something us or os. We need to mix it up. Otherwise, Evan will have the same sounding name. King Duran Duran. I want to use a Z somewhere. Zutula? Zeraxes. Zeraxes sounds kind of cool. Don't know if I'll use it. Where was... There was an advisor in here somewhere. Vazinus. Just name dropping some other stuff so I have them on hand. My favorites. I kind of like Titus. Let me play with that. Hold on. Titus. Titan. Just playing with it, see what comes out. Titus US, which would be more readable to us. I could use something like Tarbitus, but it doesn't have the right impact for a main character name. No offense to any Tarbuses out there. I'm sorry. Your name just doesn't have MC energy. You're not coded as the main character. Randomly, the name Goliath popped into my head. Goliath name etymology? Did I spell that right? Like, what tribe was he from? It's Hebrew, coming from Goyat, possibly derived from Gala, meaning uncover, reveal. Philistine, that's right. Philistine. Philistine names. Any names on this wiki page are useless to me? You're useless to me. Surely there's a list of Philistine names. List of Philistine names. Come on. I miss when searching stuff on the internet just didn't give you trash. Contemporary, they're in the Levant. But I don't really want contemporary. I'm gonna do some research on that. Oh, not Philistine names. Goliath. Goliath. Gala. And figured that out. I think I've decided internally on the back burner to use Basque as a second group. I use Dacian as the Ice Age people. Basque will be another people, and Philistine as another people. I need to back off and approach this from another angle. Think on classic strongman barbarian names like Conan. You got hard consonants. You start off with a hard k. And then you're ending with strong consonants going nan. Kaigizan? Kaigizan? Let me play with that. You're out. Kaigiza Cartnan. Kaigizan. Kaigizitis. I like Kaigiza. I need to find a way to mutate it. What are lists of English names starting with K? Kai, Kit, Kieran, Kaya, Koa, Kate, Kevin, Knox. Who's named Knox? I know it's an actual name, obviously, because of Fort Knox, but never met anyone named Knox. Coda, Kennedy, Ken. Killian. Kygillian? And then nickname Gil? Kygillian. That could maybe work. Kygillian. Kyle. Kyle. Eh. Kenneth. Kyron. Kane. You know, origin Celtic meaning warrior. Maybe the Celtics used Kane as a name for warriors. That's not the origin of Kane. Excuse you, Nameberry. That's a strong name though. With a lot of Western heritage baggage. Can I work Kane in there somewhere? Kellen, Kier, Keegan, and Kel. Keith. Kelly. Kelvin. Killian. Kellen, Kip, Caius. Eh. Someone out there is named Koazi. Origin invented name meaning cozy. Kids born after the new millennium, they got done dirty, didn't they? One of those weird ass names. Khalid. Arabic. Eh. Kairos, Kylo, Kieran, Kenzo, Kenom. Cade. Kaiser. Caden. For now, just so I can actually get writing instead of perpetually stalling out. Can. Hold on. Let me cook. Fuck it. Whoop. Kai Giza. Doesn't roll off the tongue. What did you mean? Dacian cavalry guy? Chief Hunter. No. Strig. Hunting party. Strigan. The chief hunter that's just the chief. Strigoi. hunting party member. I can delete that. Get rid of the themes for now. You were on your own page, excuse you. Just some terminology to draw on the Strigoi aesthetics. Strig will be a hunting party. Strigan will be... Strigun? Are there any U's? There's a lot of U's here. Strigun? Strigui? Yeah, it's just Strigoi. Strigan will be the chief or the chief hunter. I just had a thought of maybe ending a name when GUN makes you the chief. In which case, Tarbus would be Targan. And Kaigiza would be... Kaigan? Kanan. Although Kanan would be riffing off of Conan a little too close, flying too close on the sun on that one. I like the name Kaigiza, but it's just not working for the main character. Maybe he'll have his name, but everyone will refer to him as the Strigan, as in the chief, or the chief hunter. So functionally, his name will be Strigan. If we're using nicknames for people. Oh, hold on. Chris. Strigoi. The boys. Everyone needs their boy. Sam. Strigoi. Mark. Strigoi. Old man advisor. Maybe. Xeraxes? What did Xeraxes mean? Powerful prince? I don't know. I might not use that one. Let's just get rid of you. He's just called Strigan. Because he's the man. He's the man. Get rid of you. Kaigiza Strigan. Or maybe Kaigizas. Because it seems like all the guys are ending their names in US. Kaigizas? That sounds kind of goofy. I'm being really indecisive about this, but in my defense, the main character's name is kind of important. What are all instances of Sun 001? I can start replacing. I have enough. The new chief. The new Strigoi. Strigun. Ascended the mountains. Yet. The Strigons. The terror lasted until the Strigan. Dauntless became the Strigan. Okay, now I never have to use Sun 001 again. I'm gonna have to go back and massage those first parts with the Strigan. I'm not happy with Kaigizus, but at this point, I just want to start writing the damn story. I should read through what we have so far, just to remind myself of where we've been and where we're going. It's hot. It's only 90 plus. It's weird to me people calling it a heat wave when I'm just like, bro, it's summer. It's always this hot. Like, maybe it's hot a couple weeks early, but it's summer, bro. Yeah, here it was like a peak of 93. It wasn't that bad. Although if you're just sitting out there in like a parking lot hut having to watch it, that sucks. Before we get into this, need to run to the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back. Oh, I hurt. That's the first time I gotten up in a while, and I pushed my I went out of my way to smoke myself at the gym today, and now my body is starting to recover. Okay. Let us start from the top with the prologue, part 1. Not even a hut, your car. Ugh. Yeah, that would suck just having to sit out in your car in a parking lot to watch it. Because, yeah, if you're just sitting there, you don't really want to just leave your car on all day. Ugh, 66% humidity. It gets pretty humid here because there's a lot of water sources around here. Just a little swampy. Not complete. It's not like Everglades swampy, but it's a little marshy around here. So it gets bad. Anyways, let's go from the top here. Embers flared from the furnace, crackling from the roots of the fire and sparking out from the gentle smoke. 2 crucibles lay on the stone hearth, long dead. Tools, archaic implements of long-forgotten artifice, already put to rest in silken bundles. The dying light of the fire bounded off filament spools, casting silver and golden bands across pale lichen, lavender stone, and encroaching blue tendrils of ice. Battling its way into the cavern, arctic gales puffed lungfuls of snowdrift and frosty needles against the guttering haze. He turned his father's skull, comma. Crown over chin, and haggard palms, fingering along the newly finished scrimshaw. Skulls surround him, gilded in finer work than his, judgment cast from bejeweled sockets, given spark of unlife by the gasping fireplace. Finished but unsatisfied with his work, he held aloft his father's skull in presentation to their ancestors. He learned as much as he could, but the ice and snow bury more generations of knowledge and skill with every setting sun. Hey, welcome back, Ace. No, we haven't met anyone yet. I've just been indecisive for an hour or two about names. And now I'm reading back what we have so far before I get into it to remind myself. A dozen skulls, each resting with the nests of embroidery from which they were unpackaged. For the eldest half-dozen ancestors, they witnessed more than one sunset a year. Then the skull of the 6th generation royal exile, with its scrimshaw inlaid by the 7th, written in royal lexicograph, tarnished lines of silver and gold trace out the beginnings of the Arctic escape. The first skulls were ever vague, denying elucidation on the cause of flight. Since the 7th generation skull, scrimshawed by the 8th, the quality of work has declined to the present. To his father's skull, joining the 14th to join. No, the 13th. The ancestors. Father met grandfather. The consequences of generations of gilded lexicograph laid bare in the 13th generation's ossified grimace. His father now witnessed his plans in finality, etched into his predecessor's skull, constructed with the tribe's I could say Tarbis here. In one way, I kind of like having this all zoomed out so far that we're not using names. This is just a high-level overview for our prologue before we zoom in. I don't know, I'm gonna have to think about that if I want to start using names in the prologue. Constructed with the tribe's depleted treasures, the man's father made intentions for the people into premeditated fate with every chisel mark of Scrimshaw. As with every skull, the capstone of the magic, the injection of mankind's indomitable spirit into I need to zoom in. Why am I so zoomed out? Now you guys might be able to read. There we go. There we go. Now you guys can actually see the damn words. Where was I? Predetermined fate is punctuated on the skull's forehead by a fingerprint sealed by precious metal. Since the 7th, the nomadic tribe had been wandering eastward across the Arctic, guided by lodestars within constellations carved into the 6th skull, ever to the east, through barren lands risen from the black northern sea, onto glaciers girded by mountains, and to sparse taiga valleys which yawned agape to tundra. Father continued this nomadic legacy east until a far eastern sea and verdant lands, the land promised by the first skull. The black waters of the open ocean, littered with white bergs and sheets, were frequent sights in the current man's youth. Once he was old enough to join the tribe's hunting party. The Strig. Was that right? Strig? Yeah, Strig is hunting party. Delete that comment. Freaking science in the current man's youth, once he was old enough to join the tribe's hunting party, the Strig. Several sunsets ago. Several years ago. As the man's father began to teach him their only surviving script, the royal lexicograph, the shores turned south. Tall peaks crested the horizon since, glaciers winking from distant passes, drawing weathered and sharp eyes south. Father decried any possible southern venture, off-striking his heir with the first skull to quell oriental naysaying. Yet the east, from the high view of this cave nestled atop a high mount, only promised more mountains, more tundra, more of the Arctic twilight. More of the twilight Arctic? That was backwards. More of the Arctic twilight. At present, it was the sun's plan that was now impressed onto fate. His will turned to destiny with the gilded scrimshaw he laid into his father's skull, the 13th. The new chief, the new Strigan, descended the mountain. His ruck, crafted of leather and fur, called Strigan the 14th. Nerd it. And called so. The new chief, the new Strigan, and called so. You know what? I'm gonna be fancy. And called thus descended the mountain. His ruck I see you guys chatting. I'll get to the chat after I finish reading this. His ruck, crafted of leather and fur, bulged with the generations of skulls. Gale winds, slick ice, and traitor snow shelves contested the path. Yet, the Strigan's plan. Yet, or should I just say Strigan? Nah, fuck it. The Strigan's plan was committed to the future by his gilded fingerprint, sealed upon his father's forehead. He would return to the tribe wintering below, sheltered amidst boreal passes above the winding glacial flows. Back to the tribe he now led with his southerly disposition. The pass widened to gravel shores that bracketed the interminable glacial flow. This white snake became the tribe's new southern orient, abandoning the constellations. It writhed along a gradient which, step by step, descended until mountains and cliffs of ice rose behind to the north, standing against the worst of the Arctic gales. To the east and west now stood vast shelves of ice, spanning from the base of the mountains on either side of this southern pass, clear to the horizon. The inhospitable ice fields were only interrupted by outcroppings of ancient rock and white peaks. Ancestral, arcane wisdom, with their plans forged into destiny, no longer held weight with their eastern hope abandoned. Ancient? No, I already said ancient there. The sun, which had only set once a year for over 6 generations, now listed. I'm gonna be unspecific on how long it's been, because it occurred to me that this phenomenon is in the extreme North Arctic. So I'm gonna give myself some wiggle room on that. The sun, which had only set once a year for generations, now listed in an awkward spiral for the peaks of the southern horizon. Southeastern horizon. Confusion and panic gripped the tribe as the sun, rose after only a few months of night, decrying the southern departure as a curse. The terror lasted until the Strigan drew upon the first dozen skulls of his forebears. The scrimshaw revealed how the sun once rose in the east and set the west, and there were hundreds of days and nights in a year. Dim, monochromatic valleys became greener, with meager moss and lichen for stews growing into patches of hardy grass, grazed upon by herds of caribou, mammoth, and smaller prey. Though bracketing mountain ranges restricted hunts, their abundance of game was in equal measure, marked by hazards forgotten by Arctic generations. They had known wolves and bears cloaked in white furs, but now witnessed those breeds competing with the dark mottled coats of their larger southern cousins. Mountains reached higher for more vibrant skies on either side of the White Snake. New sights and sounds replaced white earth, black sky, and howling wind. Greens, far more vibrant than dark pines or pale lichen, bedazzled narrow eyes into wide stupors. Distant howls, so too stunned the tribe. Goliath canid packs, competing for territory. Colossi ursids, towering amidst trees, championing hunts. Musky, horned mammoths crashing through fragile pines. The worst were thundering, howling roars of unseen predators, rattling ice and snow from summits on high. Hunters, strigoi, hunters, strigoi of the tribe could only guess as to the nature of these unseen horrors, shouting greetings from beyond the southern vales. Collective trepidation soon waned and melted in the face of thicker air. No longer painful to feel the lungs, people stood taller, ran faster, and spoke louder rather than in tight huddles or the tribe's traditional hand signs. Bravery waxed amongst the foolhardy as the elderly and infirm became less burdensome to the whole, their ills and injuries yielding to good health. Dauntless became the Strigan, as he became the first to adopt the skins and ornaments hewn from a colossid possessing the height of 3 men, which he encountered and slew, dispossessed of aid. His people followed suit, abandoning their heavy white furs of the Arctic beasts in favor of lighter pelts, daring to expose skin to sun and wind. Yet, whenever a rich hunt was feasted and courage crested, another roar thundered from the south and shook rocks of mountains, ice of glaciers, and spirits of man. Alright, let me catch up on chat. Swamp ass! Yes, that's a phenomenon. No female protagonist yet. We have not met anyone. We've been deliberating indecisively on names for a while. Are we gonna have one love interest for each time like classic Conan? I don't know. I had the thought of doing this episodic like Conan stories are. I don't know if I will. I kind of want to keep it as one ongoing thing rather than episodic. Maybe I'll do episodic later after some stuff. I don't know. Isn't Strigoi the type of vampire that can see itself on animal blood as well? Strigoi is just the an old archaic word for what we now call vampires. Strigoi are what Romanians called vampires. Or call vampires, I don't know. Something like that. Let me move you to a new page. So the Redlands. Hey, I need to go back up here. And I need to... I'm still not happy with Kaigazus for the MC's name. Titus. Ugh. Kaisus. That's more simpler. Yeah. Kaisus. Or Kaizen. I do like the idea of a typical male name for this people ending in US or OS. But to stand the protagonist apart from everyone else, I'll have him end in AN. Or UN. Or maybe it's UN because he's currently the Strigan. Whatever. I think that's good enough for now. Let me copy and paste these names I have. Just so I have them as an easy point of reference going forward. And in the prologue, I do want to do just a name drop once and twice. Where's the names? Control F, Strigan. Named Kaizen. Was that right? Kaizen. And it was Tarbus. Father. Father? He turned Tarbus's skull, his father's, crown over chin in haggard palms. Just to name drop them. Kaizen stood on atop the head of the great white snake. Boulders. Plowed from the frozen? I mean, if the glacier is frozen still, yeah, the ground would probably be permafrost. from Earth frozen year-round. By the slow of the glacier. Bounded all around? That's not the right word. Kaizen stood atop the head of the great white snake. Boulders plowed from the earth, frozen year from earth froze. Boulders plowed from earth, frozen year round by the slow progress of the glacier, piled around the ice as hazardous stairs. The serpentine ice, to reinforce that the great white snake is a glacier. That is feet. The as actual ice. I was gonna say melted. Reach the limits of its southern journey and melted. In under the boulders. Until the something merged into one stream. Tributaries? No, tributaries come from a larger sort. Are tributaries the ones that feed rivers or branch off of rivers? Tributary definition. Stream that flows into a larger stream. Got it. Okay, yeah. Tributaries. Tributary streams. Into a rushing flow over a sheer cliff. Where's the snake's head? Which the snake rested its chin upon. A ravine. Crevasse? Crevasse. Definition. A deep fissure, as in a glacier or a chasm. I'm gonna say crevasse. It's not glacier or crevasse, but it's... in between a bottomless. Crevasse yawned between... and its waterfall and the far side. Or bleak, dark gray. Better word for dark gray. I need to replace you. Bleak, dark gray. Mounds rose. To a low cloud. To the right, the chasm opened wide to the Black Sea. To black ocean waters where white bergs bobbed, loomed. No, because it'd be really low from this perspective. White bergs. Anchored? I don't know. Left. A narrow pass leading into mountains where the colossal ursids nested. I think. Left. Do we have an idea where the story is going? I do. We'll get there. Eventually. Eventually! Look, my writing progress is about as slow as a glacier, but we'll get there. One of these days. I do like having these writing streams on Saturday. It's fun. It's something different. It gets me doing something besides playing gacha and crashing out. I like Saturdays being my day to go torture myself at the gym for 2 hours, come home, and do a writing stream. It's nice. It feels good. Left. A shadowed and tight pass. The horse game. Oh my god. I like the horse girls. Especially Gold Ship. She's cute as fuck. I didn't like the anime. Like, I think I lasted 2 or 3 episodes in the anime before I just dropped it. I remember I dropped the Uma Musume anime when they got to the first idol performance. After the first race. And I was like, no. And normally I don't mind idol stuff because I love all the Idol Master animes. But the Uma Musume idol stuff just wasn't for me. And because I didn't like the anime at all, I'm really loath to give the new gacha a try. I do enjoy memeing about it with my friends though, because in our Discord server for Du Bois, whenever someone posts a picture of the horse girls doing something stupid, someone will just say, "What's her fucking problem?" Because they're constantly going into bad moods. Left. A shadowed and tight pass. Cleft? Seen. Two competing up thrusts. Between competing continental up thrusts. Had its entrance marked by the claws of colossal ursids. Their width larger than a man's height? I'll just say larger than a man. There's the occasional pack of animals traversing that valley on the left, but they're scuttling through, being hunted by the apex predators. So it's a no-go, even though clearly it's a way through. Your vision for the story: Conan the Barbarian mixed with Skinamax. No, there won't be loots. Sorry to disappoint. Hurried and harried. So, herds. Beast herds. Through that. Pass. Promising. Land on the other side. At the cost of predation. By natural terrors. Only birds could be seen across the crevasse. Where they landed they were Am I present or past tense? Stood? Stood is past tense, right? I'm gonna go third person past tense just to keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. And black. Yeah, stood is past tense. Okay, I thought I was losing my mind. There's scrawny. I can get rid of they were. Scrawny and black. Landed amidst. Odd? Odd seems like a really basic bitch word to use, but whatever. Miss Odd. Tufts of hardy grasses. Which stood firm against the northern winds blowing into them. Were unbeforeseen red pigment. The birds with more beak. Beak? B-A-K? Whatever. Beak than skull. To the cliff on their side of the chasm, where they pecked and rubbed to sharpen their beaks to a glinting razor's edge. I don't know if they would know what a razor is, being cavemen, but fuck it. On either side of the glacial stream. Around the snake's head, the white snake's head. Or just around the right snake. But then often high into the cloud cover. Cloud concealing the high ceiling seemed to be red highlands for no almost dared trespass. a narrow where the crevasse stood a tight footpath? Tight ledge. Perhaps for streams to be more productive, do outlining? Maybe. But I like writing and I like streaming. And I'm writing now. I just got stuck on the names for the longest time. I'm making good progress. Rewriting. The graph's narrative at mountain, comma. Mountains. Plural. Well, the craft's narrow was a tight ledge nestled between sheer mountains and the abyss below. Could never do what I'm doing with someone looking on. I don't know. I think I am shy in real life, but it's different streaming. Hey, Turtle, hope you're having a good day. I'm actually writing really slow compared to what I normally do. I think normally, I mean, granted, it's normally a writing project or a story that's ongoing, so I already have everything established and can just hammer stuff out. On a good day, I could hammer out like 2 or 3 pages of grammar and spell checked first draft in an hour and a half-ish. I hope you're having a good weekend too, Turtle. That's nice being distracted sometimes. Where the crevasse narrowed was a tight ledge nestled between sheer mountains and the abyss below. The roars. Another roar thundered from the south and shook the rocks and mountains. The stuff that was mentioned in the prologue. Part 2 of the prologue. The roars are coming from the Red Highlands and are warning off any stray animals that think to test the pass into the Highlands. You can do 150, 200 words a day. Yeah, I understand that. I used to be a lot more prolific with my writing than I am now. I had a major burnout last year, and since then, it's like the best comparison for what it's been like for me after burning out on writing last year has been, it's like how if you get heat stroke, it messes with your body's ability to regulate your temperature. After burning out, it's like I lost my ability to regulate my writing. So now I'll have wild fluctuations between like fey moods where I'll just obsessively hammer out pages upon pages in one night. And then I'll have entire weeks or months where I just can't write a single damn thing. And I'm trying. Part of the reason I like streaming writing is because it's helping me try to become more regular again in my writing. More consistent. Because it's been a real struggle with me after burning out last year. Gotta force yourself into a routine. That's part of it, yeah. Yeah. It might also be that I had gotten too used to my old routine of writing after so many years. And now I'm just mentally over it, and I can't do it in that same routine anymore, so I have to find a new routine. But I don't know. What was I saying? The roars warning off animals who think to try the ledge. Okay. The side of the path across the chasm. Think to? Some animals think to flirt with the near side of the path across chasm. Never stray long before scuttling, scampering. What was the... I had a word for the roaring. Howling roars, and roar thundered. Clouded highlands. Splitting air, but not the high mist. Alright, let me edit this and read it back. Or read it back and edit. I don't know. Kaizen stood atop the head of the great white snake. Boulders plowed from the earth, frozen from I'm just gonna say permafrost, fuck it. Permafrost. Plowed from plowed from permafrost by the slow progress. Imperceptibly by the perceptibly slow advance of the glacier. Boulders plowed from the permafrost by the imperceptibly slow advance of the glacier piled around the serpentine ice. Piled around the serpentine ice like... no, I'll just get rid of the hazardous stairs. At is his. What the fuck did I write? At is his. What? At is his question mark. The snake's possessive brow perspired as glacial ice reached the limits of its southern journey and melted. The snake's... Shut up, Grammarly. You don't know what I'm writing. Trying to make me say perspiration. No, the brow perspired. Fuck you. At his feet? I think I was trying to say at his feet. I feel like a lot of the times Microsoft Word will just gaslight me and change what I'm writing as I'm writing it, so I don't notice my words are changing behind me. Because I swear to God, I'll often write one thing in a first draft, and when I come back to do the first pass of spell check, it'll be completely different from what I thought I wrote. I swear to God, Microsoft Word is gaslighting me. Imagine trying to use Umas as actual cavalry. I think they would just armor up the Umas rather than ride them. At his feet, the snake's brow perspired as glacial ice reached the limits of its southern journey and melted. Is melted redundant? Can I just leave that as implied? I'm gonna leave that as implied. Cold water trickled down trickled down and from under the boulders until tributary streams merged into a gushing. I like saying gush, it's funner. Gushing flow over a sheer cliff, which the snake rested its chin upon. Cold water trickled down. I'm just gonna simplify this. Trickled down the boulders until tributary streams merged into a gushing flow over a sheer cliff upon which the snake rested its chin. Okay. Finally a good suggestion from Grammarly. But then they're just heavy shock infantry. Not if you put them in a helicopter and then they're heavy air cav. Yeah. A bottomless crevasse yawned between the near cliff and its... between... the waterfall. The near waterfall. No, just the waterfall. And the far cliffside. Or bleak. Okay, it's thesaurus time. Dark gray synonyms. Leaden, smoky, slate gray, deep gray, dark, drab gray, gloomy gray, obscure, shadowy, blue, black, hidden. These suck. Try another site. Synonym.com. Surely they have something. Twilight, semi-dark, subdued, aphotic. What the fuck does aphotic mean? I've never... Have I heard that before? Aphotic meaning? I'm not going to use it, but what does it mean? Having no light of or relating to the region of body of water that is not reached by sunlight. And so photosynthesis is not able to occur. Oh, so that's why I think I've heard it from. Probably from a science class decades upon decades ago. When we're talking about oceans. That's neat. Oh, that makes sense. Aphotic, as in like photon light, and A for not. Oh, that makes sense. I get it. Glooming. 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 Where was it? We're glooming. I replace bleak with glooming. Glooming is more interesting. Unilluminated. Crepuscular. Sulky? The sulky cliff. Acaronian. That's very specific. Unlighted. It's lighted. Tenebrific. Tenebrific? That's two... Tenebrific is two thesaurus coded. That... You're trying too hard if you're using tenebrific. Darkening, lightless, unlit. Oh, it's lit. Stygian. Oh. Stygian. Ah. Stygian definition to double check. Gloomy and dark, infernal, hellish. Ah. I kind of like Stygian. Yeah, that's also a nice Conan reference. Where glooming Stygian terraces. Stygian. Get unread. Rose into a low cloud. Into... Bottomless crevasse yawned between the waterfall and the... Fuck you, Grammarly. What do you want? Between the waterfall, no space. Fair enough. Bottomless crevasse yawned between the waterfall and the far cliffside where the glooming Stygian terraces rose into cloud. No, glooming is a word. Fuck off. To the right, the chasm opened wide. Yeah, opened wide. I thought of replacing opened with yawned, but then I wouldn't have something for there. The chasm opened wide to black ocean waters, where white bergs anchored. I'm not happy with anchored. I like using that, but it doesn't make logical sense for a berg to anchor. A ship anchors. Or the bergs... Floated. Should I just be basic? Floated. It's good enough. Or white bergs floated. Left, a shadowed and tight pass cleaved between competing. Cleave 2. Between? Between or 2? Cleave tween? Drifted? I feel like icebergs move so slowly, though, that you wouldn't really see them floating, because they're also so big that they just kind of exist in the ocean, don't they, rather than floating or drifting? I don't know. I've never been that far north. I'll just leave it as floating. It's fine. They can float in the water as a treat. Left a shadowed and tight past cleave tween? Is that too fancy? Cleave tween? That's too fancy. Between competing continental upthrusts. Left, get rid of that had. Its entrance marked by the claws of... Its entrance marked as territory. Scarred? Scarred. Scarred. By the claws of colossal ursids. Their width. This is clunky. Their width larger than a man, but just saying there leaves confusion on if I'm talking about the ursids or their claws. Paw width? Their paw width large. Paw width? Larger than a man. Why are you, Underland? Get out of here. Hurried and harried beast herds. Beast herds? Hyphen? No, fuck it. Trampled through that pass, promising land on the other side, but at the cost of predation by natural terrors. only birds could be seen across the crevasse. Scrawny and black. They landed amidst odd tufts of hardy grasses, which stood firm against the northern winds, blowing into them, and were of an unbefore seen, unheralded. That's better. Unheralded red pigment. The birds, with more beak than skull, hopped to the cliff on their side of the chasm, where they picked and rubbed to sharpen their beaks to a glinting razor's edge. At the cliff's expense. Some would pause to peer across the nomadic tribe, camping on either side of the glacial stream around the White Snake. But then swallow pebbles and lift off to up high into the clouds. Cloud concealing what seemed to be red highlands where no other animals dared trespass. Now, let me read that back. Some would pause to peer across at the nomadic tribe camping on either side of the glacial stream around the White Snake. This is a long sentence. Let's break it up. Then they swallowed pebbles, and then the birds, not the people, then the birds swallowed pebbles. And just get rid of lift off. And flapped high into the cloud, concealing what seemed to be red highlands where no other animals dared trespass. Where the crevasse narrowed was a tight ledge nestled between sheer mountains in the abyss below. Some animals thought, this is what I was talking about, where I just constantly shift in and out of present and past tenses. Some animals thought, I'll get rid of think too. Some animals flirted, tested. Flirted with the near side of the path across the chasm. Crossing. Path. Crossing the chasm. But never stray along. But inevitably scampered as another roar thundered out of the clouded highlands, splitting air, but not the high mist. Alright. I need to do some outlining and YouTube pausing my music again. Entering highlands. Stone forest. Ogre cat. No. Fuck it, ogre cat. No wait, stone forest. Birds. Hunt. Ogre cat. we going? We're going to the other side of the Highlands. Descent from Highlands to Amberlands? Okay, that's a good enough. Good enough for now. I'm gonna move my notes to the bottom, where they'll be more visible. Let me scroll. Yeah, you're good. Wait. New page on you. There we go. You're also going to be chapter I. We're being fancy. Chapter 2. No. Dos. Hey. Fuck it, we're not being fancy. Fuck your Roman numerals. Part 2. There we go. Now it's consistent. Oh, entering Highlands. You learn Siberia can get over 90 in the summertime. Really? Huh. I figured they would be way too far north for that. I mean, I guess there's southern parts of Siberia too, because Russia is so big. I do know there is a phenomenon going on in Siberia where the permafrost is receding and causing massive sinkholes. But that's also giving scientists an opportunity to get pretty fresh mammoth bones and other fossils out of the permafrost that's melting. Because I remember there was a Josh Gates episode who does a Expedition Unknown, Destination Unknown, Destination Truth Expedition. He has like 10 million shows. He's a cool explorer guy on Discovery. But he did an episode, a two-parter, where we got in with the Chinese and Russian smugglers doing a totally illegal mammoth bone stealing operation in one of the potholes in Siberia. It was actually pretty cool. Same as the mammoth. What did I call it? left a shadow type pass. In the past, not the past. Yo, Chris's. White snake. Strigan, there's no path around the Colossid nest in the pass. The old Chrysis, whatever, as he scaled up the boulders to join Kaizen atop the white snake. The whole tribe would be prey there, same as the mammoths. Did I not already add you? Coloss. I swear to God I used this word before. Colossid. See, Coloss. Colossid. OSS, two S's. Got it. Yet the mammoths still try the pass, said Kaizen, not lowering his gaze from the far side of the crevasse, where birds gouged. Hard rock from the cliffs and terraces. His squat stance. Frame. Samus climbed after Chrysis, hopping and panting to keep pace with his squat frame. Till the pair joined. Their chief's hunting party. This is redundant with this. Samus climbed after Chrysis, hopping and panting to keep pace with his squat frame until the scouting pair joined Kaizun and Thea Marcos, already standing on the White Snake's head, and none entered to range south. Said Sam. Animals only migrate north through there. Finally, Eisen hold his gaze down and down the far highlands and over his shoulder to, what was his name? Thea Marcos. What does the Strigan say? I'm thinking Thea Marcos is the quiet one. They need to come to the conclusion to cross into the Redlands to scout it, to see if there's safe passage for the tribe, rather than trying the Ursids. Finally, Kaizen pulled his gaze down from the far red highlands and over his shoulder to Thea Marcos. We have yet to see anything larger than the birds and all are standing here. We have not, Strigan, Mark agreed. But we have heard more than seen. Yet the flighty creatures are brave for larger animals or not. They are not bleeding as some herds exiting the pass are. So they form a strig, a hunting party, to cross into the Redlands to scout it out, to see if there's safe passage for the tribe. Hi, Redlands. It is the Sergoy's place to bleed before the tribe does, Kaizen said with a nod after a long silence. Looking between his favored huntsmen. We take thrice our number to scout the high Redlands. If none return, there are enough Strigoi left to try the pass. We are now... Move you down. Actually crossing. So the... Nah. I don't want to zoom out again. After that prologue, it's tempting to zoom out again, but I need to stick close in. I should move you down. The Strigan. to... Remember, nobody reads, and cell phones and the internet has given them all ADHD. Yeah. Yeah. I'm writing different than I normally do, actually. I'm writing this as a... I haven't been talking a lot as I've been writing. I just realized, because as I write, I've been sounding it out in my head, narrating it as if I'm reading a Conan story. I didn't realize I was doing that consciously. Conan stories are cool. I have the big collection of all the Conan stories ever on Audible, and I've been slowly going through it over the years. I finally only have 12 hours left. I'm on chapter 99 of Robert D. Howard's Conan the Cimmerian Barbarian, the complete Weird Tales Omnibus, edited and annotated by Finn J.D. John. Although I don't recommend this version because Finn J.D. John is a bitch. He has really weird comments before every story and sometimes spoils the story. I don't know. It's like your weird grandpa boomer's thoughts on Conan that don't really match the story. He has weird takeaways. What's our protagonist's deal? He's trying to go south. Currently he's trying to find a way for the tribe to continue south, because now they're at basically a dead end. Quote, dead end. Where their two options are to go left into the pass where the giant 3-story tall bear's nest, or they can go into the Red Highlands, where no animals want to go, and the big roars are coming from. He is the new chieftain, because in the prologue, the old chieftain, Tarbus, his dad, he scrimshot his dad's skull with his plans. And now, Kaizen is the new chieftain, the 14th. His dad was the 13th. And the prologue established that his dad's plan and all his ancestors' plans was to keep going east across the ice until they hit the far sea. And Kaizen said that plan sucks. We're going south. And so now they're going south, and now they're at a dead end, where they can either go left into giant 3-story tall bears, or they can go into the Redlands where there's big scary roars. Any way to make the prologue just chapter 1? It was originally chapter 1. I decided to section it off as a prologue, written in a different style than what's here. The prologue is zoomed out, and now we're zooming into Kaizen stuff. Because this is covering months, if not years, of travel as they're starting to go south and getting to this point. Prologue makes some readers switch off. Well, that's a skill issue. Or they can skip the prologue if they don't want to read it. Yeah, whenever a rich hunt was feasted, encouraged... No, that's the prologue. I'm down here. Decision made. Kaizen, the Strigan chief... The chief of tribe and hunt, descended to... collected. So 3 more than 4 is 12, so they need 8 more? What if people just start calling prologue the setup? Prologues are weird. Not every story has them, not every story needs them. In a hypothetical, if I gave this to an editor, they'd probably say axe the prologue. But this is all first draft, so I'm just leaving it. The prologue's written, so I'm not going to think about it for a while. I also have impolite thoughts about publishing houses. I don't have a good opinion about them. I think they are not alone, but they bear a lot of responsibility for why reading has fallen off. Because they have steered the entire book industry so hard into femcel audiences that it's turned off everyone else from reading. And I mean, on one hand, fair's fair, it's an open market. You gotta fish where the fish are, but on the other hand, ain't nobody else wants to read about some lonely femcel fucking a werewolf. Yeah, like, yeah, fantasy novels are now erotic love novels. Yeah, it's fucking terrible. It's actually, you can't just browse Audible's fiction section for anything unless you know specifically the title for what you're looking for. Because everything on Audible is just fucking hot garbage. Especially if it's recommended. And I'm just gonna say it. No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna reel myself back in. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not even gonna hint at where it was going. I'm gonna move on. You know what I was gonna say? Okay, I'm aware that this is a gross stereotyping, borderline sexist, but if you see a fiction book and it's the author is a female name, 99 times out of 100, just skip it. It's fucking garbage. Because it's more of the garbage catering to the femcel audience, which you aren't part of. If you're a femcel, go read that shit. But it's fucking garbage and you should at least admit it's garbage. I admit when I read garbage. My tastes are garbage and so am I, so they can just admit it too. I said it. No, but real. I'm not joking either. Just, there's good fiction written by ladies. But if it's contemporary fiction written after the year, if it's any kind of fiction written after the year 2000, if it's written by a lady, it's probably fucking garbage because it's more of the publishing houses catering to the femcel demographic at the exclusion of everyone else. That's just the reality of the publishing industry right now, and has been for decades. It's had a lot of consequences, and not a lot of good ones. Give Magitech Chronicles a try. It's science fantasy, kind of like Rifts and Spelljammer. Spelljammer is the Faerun D&D, but space. Not space, but it's like they have ships traveling between world bubbles or something weird. I distantly know of Spelljammer, but I've never played it. What was I fucking writing before I went off on writing or on books? Decision made. Kaizen, the Strigan, chief of tribe and hunt, descended with his chosen and collected 8 more Strigoi. Magical power armor, powered by god magic. That could be cool. I've warmed up to Magitech in recent years. I think at one of my early streams, I think it's unlisted because it was before I adopted this model. I think I did a world building stream for Magitech. I think. It's been at least a year now. It was one of my really early ones. So yeah, it's definitely unlisted. Because I was using the free model that comes with VTube Studio at the time, and I enlisted all those just because it wasn't a model I own. So there's a categorical thing where I don't own that model, so I just unlist it, so I don't have to worry about it in the future. Collected 8 more Strigoi. Kaizun, Crisis, Theo Marcos, and where is he? I'm missing someone. Crisis? Samus. I agree with you that you hate Magitech because it often modernizes how people live in said world, which is lazy cop-out. Yeah, that's why I didn't like Magitech for the longest time, because it's just modern conveniences with a really lazy cop-out. But I have warmed up to it in recent years because I started making my own system for it. You're watching me in public, You're watching me in public. You're so cringe. Don't worry, I'm cringe too. We can all be cringe. So 4 groups of 3. Those 4. A Strig. 3 men. Mean. 3 men each. And cross the... what was it? A ledge? Was a... tight ledge nestled between mountain and cliff. One man. One Strigoi. No, just one man at a time. Single file. Decision made. Go to you. Chief of... No. Those four, Kaizun, Chrysos, Samus, and Thea Marcos, each led a hunting pack, a strig of 3 men each, comma, and crossed the narrow ledge in single file. A flock of the scrawny bird things. Brave as the only... Stop pausing my music, YouTube. Cold air. Arm's length. Decision made. Kaizen, the Strigan, chief of tribe and hunt, descended with his chosen and collected 8 more Strigoi. Those 4, Kaizen, Chrysos, Samus, and Theomarcos. And each led a hunting pack, a strig. Hunting party. Pack. Pack is fine. Of 3 men each. And crossed the narrow ledge in single file. A flock of scrawny bird things stood brave as they approached, only scattering to the cold air at arm's length. Below the red terraces. Above the cliff overlooking the wide chasm, air was immediately different, changed. Immediately different. Fuck it. Furs and leather. Damp and clung to the men's. I never did describe them. What did he take a long time before answering? Here. I can insert a description here, because he's taking a nod after a long silence. Glossid predators. Themselves alone. We're the best of their people. Rising. The zest of the best characteristics between them. Coerted. What do these people look like? I think the only description of them so far has been that they're sharp-eyed. Which I left to be interpreted however the reader means. But I meant to carry it forward, intended to carry it forward as them having not round eyes. The Ubermensch. I could just go complete Conan with the bronze skin, black hair, and smoldering blue eyes. Which is like repeated at least 99 times every single Conan story. With and what about golden eyes? What about something different? Yeah, like various degrees of yellow and orange. Although that might be... Well, no, they don't have white hair. So they're not really like witchers. Okay, yeah. They can have golden eyes. Piercing golden embers. Eyes. Staring out beneath Yeah, I lean towards Ember to lean away from Witchers. I like orange eyes, what can I say? What was our writing here? Kaizen, tall and proud with bronze skin. Drawn taut. Overcorded muscles. And a. Comma, and a. And no, not a. And piercing golden embers for eyes. Beneath. A. Conan always has a black mane. I don't know if I want to just rip off Conan. Black brow? What about a off black? Sandy blonde. No, there'll be big cat references later. Don't worry. Beneath a... Beneath a blued... Black. I'm trying not to say main. But fuck it. Who's next? Chris. Over his fellows. With the longest gait and longest reach. That was Samus. It'll get repetitive if I just start each sentence with their name. I can edit later. For a stout stance. How to describe how strong he is? Frequently boast of lifting a colossal Ursid aloft. Ah, fucking just a mammoth. Boast of hauling a mammoth. Only his back. Thea Marcos. Possessed of... What's a different trait besides... Yeah, Conan's always panther-like. Especially in the story I'm on. I've had like 10 paragraphs in a row of Conan being cat-like or panther-like or feline-like as he just does anything. Thea Marcos stood out from the rest, possessed of traits that are not bronze skin, black hair, or golden eyes. Lithe Grace. Ah, that's different. Rather than brute force. Alright. Lithe Grace. And... being... patience besides his... How does he look different? Pale would be an easy way out. His junk. Alabaster? That'll make him sound albino. He's not albino. Albinos are overrated. Besides his... Jade eyes. Which... yeah, fuck it, they know what Jade is. Okay, let's read this back. The four most decorated hunters of the tribe. Fuck you, Gramley. I was trying to read. Theomachus stood out from the rest, possessed of... whatever. The four most decorated hunters of the tribe stood together now, each sporting skin and fangs of colossal predators, slain by themselves alone. They were the best of their nomadic people, possessed of all the best... all their people's best qualities. Their people's best qualities between them. Kaizen, tall and proud, with bronze skin drawn taut over corded muscles and piercing golden embers for eyes beneath the blued black mane. A black mane, comma blued, like the boreal night. There we go. Now it's not just straight black. I'll read that again. Kaizen's tall and proud with bronze skin drawn taut over corded muscles, and Pearson. Tall and proud with his bronze skin drawn taut over corded muscles. And piercing golden embers for eyes beneath the black mane. His hair blued like the deep boreal night. There we go. Crisis, whatever, stood ahead over his fellows with the longest gait and longest reach. Samus, as if compensating for a stout stance, frequently boasted of hauling a mammoth back to camp on his back alone. Theomarco stood out from the rest, possessed of lithe grace and unending patience, besides his silver hair as white as the snowdrifts across the ice wastes, and jade eyes. Always the. These sentences are clunky, but they're good enough for now. Possessing? Besides? No, fuck off. It's 11:30. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. I can feel my voice starting to get a little crusty. I'm gonna go and call it there, but let's end it by reading back what we wrote today. I'm not gonna bother rereading all of this. We're gonna just reread what we wrote today. So, Chapter 1, following the prologue. Part 1. Kaizen stood atop the head of the great white snake. Boulders plowed from permafrost by the imperceptibly slow advance of the glacier piled around the serpentine. Excuse me. I just burped. Excuse me. Piled around the serpentine ice. At his feet, the snake's brow perspired as glacial ice reached the limits of its southern journey. Cold water trickled down the boulders until tributary streams merged into a gushing flow over a sheer cliff, upon which the snake rested its chin. A bottomless crevasse yawned between the waterfall and the far cliffside, where glooming Stygian terraces rose into cloud. To the right, the chasm opened wide to the black ocean waters where white bergs floated. Left, a shadowed and tight pass cleaved between competing continental upthrusts. Its entrance scarred by the claws of colossal ursids, their paw width larger than a man. man's height. Hurried and harried beast herds trampled through that pass, promising land on the other side, but at the cost of predation by natural terrors. Only birds could be seen across the crevasse, scrawny and black. They landed amidst odd tufts of hardy grasses, which stood firm against the northern winds. Blowing? I thought of replacing it with galing for a second, but I'll just leave it as blowing. Into them, and were of an unheralded red pigment. The birds, with more beak than skull, hopped to the cliff on their side of the chasm, where they pecked and rubbed to sharpen their beaks to a glinting razor's edge at the cliff's expense. Some would pause to peer across the nomadic tribe, to peer across at the nomadic tribe camping on either side of the glacial stream around the white snake. Then, the birds swallowed pebbles and flapped high into the cloud, concealing what seemed to be red highlands where no other animals dared trespass. Where the crevasse narrowed was a tight ledge, nestled between sheer mountains and the abyss below. Some animals flirted with the near side of the path crossing the chasm, but inevitably scampered as another roar thundered out of the clouded highlands, splitting air, but not the high mist. Strigan, there's no path around the colossal nest in the pass, yelled Crisis as he scaled up the boulders. The whole tribe would be prey there, same as the mammoths. Yet the mammoths still try the pass, said Kaizen, not lowering his gaze from the far side of the crevasse, where birds gouge hard rock from the cliffs and terraces. Samus climbed after Chrysis, hopping and panting to keep pace with a squat frame until the scouting pair joined Kaizen and Thea Marcos already standing on the white snake's head. And none enter terrain south, said Sam. Animals only migrate north through there. Finally, Kaizen pulled his gaze down from the far red highlands and over his shoulder to Thea Marcos. We have yet to see anything larger than the birds in all our standing here. We have not, Strigan, Mark agreed. But we have heard more than seen. Yet such flighty creatures are brave, where larger animals are not. They are not bleeding as some herds exiting the pass are. Delete some. Bleeding as herds exiting the pass are. The four most decorated hunters of the tribe stood together now, each sporting skin and fangs of colossal predators slain by themselves alone. They were the best of their nomadic people, possessed of all the best qualities between them. Nomadic tribe. Possessed of all their people's best qualities between them. What do you want, Grammarly? They were the best nomadic people, possessing all the best qualities of... Fuck off. Kaizen, tall and proud, with his bronze skin drawn taut over corded muscles, and piercing golden embers for eyes beneath a black mane, his hair blued like the deep boreal night. Chrysis stood ahead over his fellows, with the longest gait and longest reach. Samus, as if compensating for his stout stance, frequently boasted of hauling a mammoth back to camp on his back alone. Thea Marco stood out from the rest, possessed of lithe grace and unending patience besides his silver hair as white as the snowdrifts across the ice wastes, and jade eyes always the first to see movement. It is the Strigoi place to bleed before the tribe does, Kaizen said, with a nod after a long silence, looking between his favored huntsmen. We take thrice our number to scout the high redlands. If none return, but none with a knee. None with a knee. There are enough Strigoi left to try the pass. Decision made, Kaizen, the Strigan, chief of tribe and hunt, descended with his chosen and collected 8 more Strigoi. Those 4, Kaizen, Chrysis, Samus, and Thea Marcos, each led a hunting pack, a strig of 3 men each, and crossed the narrow ledge in single file. A flock of scrawny bird things stood brave as they approached, only scattering to the cold air at arm's length. Below the gray and red terraces, above the cliff overlooking the wide chasm, the air was immediately different. Furs and leather grew damp and clung to the men's bronze skin. Yeah. We wrote part 1. Yay. Put part 2. Header 3. For entering Highlands, Stone Forest, Birds Hunt, Ogre Cat, and then part 3 will be Descent, probably. Yeah. Okay. That is going to be it for tonight. I hope you all enjoyed that. If you did and haven't already, like, comment, subscribe, and share. Every little bit helps a little guy like me. No stream tomorrow because I need to do some recording and editing tomorrow because I like to continue uploading shorts. Hope you guys have been enjoying the shorts I've been putting out this week. Trying something different, doing some little scripting and recording for fun. Mixing it up, trying different things. So no stream tomorrow. I'll see everyone Monday night, 1:40 a.m. Eastern, for probably Honkai, continuing Amphorius, hopefully not crashing out. And also looking ahead to next weekend. No stream next weekend because I will be going back to working weekends every 3 weeks. Yeah, every 3 weeks I work 2 12-hour shifts on the weekend. For overtime, my beloved. I have for the past year and a half just been giving my overtime, my weekend shifts to my coworkers because they like the overtime more than I do. I personally just like having weekends. But now that overtime is no longer being taxed, I'm saying fuck it. I got bills to pay. So, I'll see everyone Monday. Hope everyone has a fantastic rest of your weekend. I'll see you next time. Take care, Fan Gang.